patience while I set up the ducks. Good morning! Happy Sunday! Quack! Exactly. Yeah, the new Carby, I think the new Carby says feed me. That would be my interpretation of the wide open mouth. But yeah, welcome back. It's Sunday again. As usual, we are here to sew some things. Thank you for coming to hang out and join me. Good morning, Kara. Good morning, Merlin. Good morning, Kitsune. Coffee? Oh yes, please. I do have coffee. Thank goodness. Which coffee is that, Kara? But yes, we are back again to sew more hexagons. I have a brand new thimble that I made last week. Coffee. Just the President's Choice Great Canadian. It's a good coffee. I did cut some new fabrics over the course of the week. As we have gotten some of them down to not much. President's Choice being one of our store brands up here in Canada. So yeah, store brand coffee, surprisingly good. Most PC stuff is pretty good. They're the store brand for one of our slightly upscale grocery chains, so the President's Choice stuff tends to be pretty good. Hopefully everybody's had a good week and a good weekend so far. Kara and I had a wonderfully lazy Saturday yesterday. For the first time in quite a while, we actually didn't have anything planned or scheduled to go on. Like there was no D&D session yesterday. We weren't having friends over. We weren't like doing something else. So I just played video games all day for the most part. Kara was trying to do homework but couldn't quite concentrate, so she ended up taking a nap and just kind of chilling out and reading and such. So yeah, empty day, exactly. So overall, a very nice, relaxing day. Not entirely true. I also watched people play video games. That's true. I did have Kitsune's, so I had Kitsune's stream up on my laptop, and then I was playing Final Fantasy XIV on the PS5. I was doing two things at once. Well, so on Final Fantasy XIV, I basically spent the day. I did some of the cosmic exploration, but then most of the day I just kind of like zoned out and was grinding fates all day. And when I'm doing fates, it's fairly monotonous, and I needed something to occupy my attention. So I had Kitsune stream on, and then after Kitsune was done streaming, I put on YouTube and was just kind of chilling. Yeah, Kara also forgot to take her ADHD meds first thing in the morning like she usually does. So that didn't help with the trying to concentrate on schoolwork thing. If you want to have a second pass at the D&D recap, my full notes are now available. Ooh, okay. Maybe at 11 a.m. at the time we would normally do a D&D recap, I'll do a mini second recap of reading from Kitte's expanded notes of last week's session. How is cosmic exploration? It's fine. Like, I'm not really a hardcore crafter or gatherer. I know a lot of people have expressed some frustrations with it for various reasons. It's fine. I'm finding it to be, so I've only really done it as a fisher, because that's the only sort of class I have up to level. You can actually use cosmic exploration for leveling, so as long as you have a crafter or gatherer at level 10 and have finished Endwalker, you can go in. And the activities do give you some XP. I don't know if I would call it an efficient way to level, just because I haven't really evaluated like how much XP it gives you. But you don't have to be super high level. But I've only really done it as a fisher, and I'm finding it like somewhat repetitive. Not that I was getting bored necessarily, but once I finished my dailies, once you finish your dailies, you can continue to grind, but the progression and like the currency accumulation is much, much slower. So it's kind of like once you finish your dailies, it's like, okay, do you want to sit and grind the same thing? Or do you want to go do something else? Kind of thing. I did get to participate in a Red Alert, which is one of the like zone-wide kind of fates that pops up. That was pretty fun. That gives you really, really good rewards if you happen to be online when one pops up. But yeah, it's fine. I can understand some of the complaints people have had about it. I'm probably, like, if you were a hardcore crafter or gatherer and wanted to spend hours and hours and hours there, I imagine it would get extremely repetitive and grindy. But I just kind of log on, do my dailies, and then go, okay, I'm gonna log off, or I'm gonna go do something else, and it's fine. I did get extremely lucky, and I got the mount drop from one of my roulette fortunes, so that was very lucky. So I do have the mount. It's cool. It's cute. It's probably not going to turn into one of my favorite mounts or anything, but it's cool. So yeah, overall, my personal review as an extremely casual gatherer is, it's fine. I am very excited for Occult Crescent later in May. Cosmic Exploration is probably not going to feature super highly in any of my play sessions, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be for everybody. But my understanding is that the people that it is for are somewhat, not frustrated, but just it feels like they could have taken more feedback from the Ishgardian Resto, and they did take the feedback about some things. So for instance, one of the biggest complaints with Ishgardian Restoration, especially for gatherers, is that it clogged up your inventory so fast. Like, if you're gonna go into the Diadem and do Ishgardian Resto Gathering, you need to have like 2 tabs of inventory free. It's ridiculous. With Cosmic Exploration, they actually give you, like, they call it the Cosmo Pouch. It's like a secondary pocket space inventory that you put all of your Cosmic Exploration crafting and gathering materials in, and it doesn't take up any space in your normal inventory. You also can't access it, and none of the items are available outside of Cosmic Exploration, but to me that's fine. Yeah, I was super happy that it does not take up any space in your inventory. And as a fisher, you don't have to buy bait. When you take on a mission, they will just give you the bait that you use for that particular mission, and then at the end of the mission, they'll take back any excess. So you don't ever have to worry about your bait either. They'll just hand it to you, which is super nice. But yeah, one of the biggest complaints I've heard is that nothing is time gated. So like most servers, their current stage of Cosmic Exploration is already done. Because the people that are hardcore jumped on and everything was finished within 12 hours. So if you were hoping to help with the progress, oh well, but you can still get on and do missions and get rewards and such. Again, to me that's whatever, but I understand why people are frustrated by that. Because again, that was one of the big feedback that people had for Ishgardian Resto, and it seems like the Squeenix didn't take that into account. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes going forward. This is also only just the first stage of, they've already said we're going to be exploring multiple stars as we're going to be going to other planets as the sort of storyline progresses. So maybe they'll take feedback now. Who knows? If things can even be changed at this point in development. Who knows? Yeah, right now the first stage is we're basically building up a base on the moon that we can use as a staging point to reach other planets. So that'll be interesting to see how it progresses. Other stars as part of MSQ or as part of Cosmic Exploration? Part of Cosmic Exploration. The Loporrits want to boldly go and seek out new life on other stars. This is entirely a Loporrit-driven venture, which is kind of fantastic. There were so many Star Trek jokes in the initial quest. So many. Gotten my rank up high enough to access the follow-up quests yet, but I mean, more Loporrits is always good. Yeah, so my day yesterday was nice and lazy. Kara's was also nice and lazy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which means that this morning's homework for Kara, once she has properly woken up and had coffee and such. Yeah, the pretty bunnies are a different thing. I don't think the Viera are super involved with cosmic exploration unless your Warrior of Light happens to be Viera. The pretty bunnies and the little bunnies are different things. Also, I apologize. I have no idea what's going on with my voice this morning. I think it's just general. I have not had enough coffee yet. Never say no to any bunny. That's your philosophy. That's fair. That seems like a good philosophy to hold. The little buns may be pretty in their own way. Also true. Also fair. But like a different kind of pretty. Come on. Thread. Thread. Thavnair! Excellent. Oh, enjoy the first MSQ bit in Thavnair. It is a comedic treasure. I love some of the, I guess, just Scion shenanigans that we get to witness during Endwalker. Also have to do the level 80 Reaper quest, and so you need to do that, but then you went and went to play Oblivion, which is fair. Yes, exactly. Who gave Estinian money? We should know better by now. We really, really should know better by now. But also, like, I've gotten 4 million gil because I'm an Omnicrafter. I could bankroll Estinian. Oh my. I think that feels like hubris. That feels like you could be like, Estinian, I will totally be your patron. And then 6 months later, you're like, where did all my gil go? I feel like Estinian would find a way to irresponsibly spend 4 million gil. If anyone can, it's Estinian. You'd give him a million gil allowance, and he'd go off and do his thing. And then 3 weeks later, he'd come back and be like, patron, I am out of money. And you'd be like, okay, well, what did you spend it on? Figuring, like, you know, maybe he got himself a new suit of armor, or like a brand new lance, or like, I don't know, redid his estate in Ishgard or something. But no, he's got like, he hands you like 4 bananas and a frog. Yeah, 3 whole hair ties, exactly. But are they good hair ties? No, they're perfectly normal hair ties. It's just that the merchant saw Estinian, smelled a schmuck, inflated their prices by 25 times, and Estinian didn't question it. They're perfectly normal, serviceable hair ties that are worth about 10 gil each. And the frog isn't even a particularly rare frog. It's just a frog. Estinian, why did you buy a frog? I don't know, I thought he looked neat. Because like a good hair tie that doesn't mess up your hair sits somewhere between comfy shoes and a properly fitted bra on the best things to invest in scale. True. I would also counter that just based on what we can see from the in-game model, it doesn't look like Estinian has particularly troublesome hair. His hair looks fine and smooth and shiny and straight. It does not look like it particularly needs a I don't know, special kind of hair tie the way that like curly hair does. What cup size is his skinny in? Oh, for the properly fitted bra? I mean, he's probably got some muscle in his arms and torso, but being a dragoon, most of the muscle is probably in his legs. So I'm guessing he's fit enough, but like probably somewhat lean in the upper body, but then he do got the booty. Like, Estinian's thighs are probably the thing to be on the lookout for, more than, like, his pecs. Oh, that's true. We have seen him without a shirt. Probably a B cup. Yeah, somewhere along those lines. Like, he has some muscle, but it's not, like, outrageous. You're right, I forgot we had seen him without a shirt. Looking at the very, very crisp in-game art, you'd put your money around the 38B or 40A kind of point. Yeah, somewhere in there. Yeah, like, he's not skinny, but he is fairly lean. Yeah, that sounds about right, Kate. Good morning, Randus. Welcome to Extremely Strange FF14 chat. My first thought was, Raubon's cup size, surprisingly larger than Merlewib's. My second thought was that the joke is that Merlewib doesn't actually wear a bra because all of the corseting is like in her jacket. Like that overcoat of hers has like corseting and support built into it, so she doesn't actually wear a bra underneath. Therefore, she has no cup size. That jacket is doing the Lord's work. Okay, if we're doing this, my biggest gripe is that, okay, yes, Lise is a somewhat small-chested woman. This is great. I love her. I love that she's not excessively chesty. However, none of her outfits, with the possible exception of the one that she wears while she's still Ida, none of her outfits have the proper support for her to be doing her monk shit while wearing them. especially the fancy, like, Alamegan outfit. Like, she has to be taped into that to even stay. There's no way it would be comfortable for her to, like, bounce around doing her fucking spin kicks. Like, that outfit is not supportive enough for battle, honey. Please. And, like, as much as I love her Scion outfit, the, like, tube top thing that she's wearing doesn't look particularly supportive either. Not to be a lesbian, but every time a woman wears a suit, I become more gay. Oh, it's true. It's very true. I'll give you one guess what the associated anime character was. Saber. Saber from Fate Zero. Hands down. Oh, Haruka Tenno. That's also a good guess. But yeah, my guess would be Saber from Fate Zero. Just because that's the anime character in a suit that I have trouble with, to put it mildly. It was either Saber or a Saber face. After a certain point when they're in a suit, it gets tricky to tell. Fair. But close enough. I mean, I definitely have a statue of Saber from Fate Zero in her suit. Because I saw it at the shop and went, mine please. Typically females that do dope monk shit bind their chest for that very reason. That's why she does so little in her I'm in charge dress. Yeah, because that yeah. The I'm in charge dress, because it has the window straight down the middle of the cleavage, we can tell she's not binding. Which is why it annoys me. We definitely see her fighting in it, though, at some point. Which is why when I kind of went, oh, come on. Squeenix, there's no way. Hear me out. Magical combo binder slash bra that changes state on request? Ooh, that would be nifty. Ah, it's fine. It's just some low-level etheric manipulation. I mean, it would certainly explain some things about female warriors of light. Redolent Rose has like an entire sub-department of the Weavers Guild that's just combat corsetry and like combat lingerie. half these female characters walk straight. Valid. Fair and valid. I was just talking about how I actually really appreciate that Lise has a smaller chest. Especially in a JRPG. She's actually built like me. A little bit. Which I kind of love. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit too much to be asking a game where fashion is the end goal to be thinking about proper support at all times. The fantasy is that they can do these things in these outfits. Hello, Clean Merlin. You have walked into Bra Talk, wherein we started trying to fit a Stinian for a bra, and it went from there. They've also been a fan of the metal bra is armor trope for going on 4 decades. That's also true. Fair point. Papers. I mean, it started with a regular bra, and now we've progressed into combat bras. How do they work? In which they don't. Oh, for sure he would be inclined to wear a sports bra. But like, I don't know, maybe he wants to impress someone. It just kind of started as a thought experiment, but then got out of control. As things do. Hey Kifa, good morning. Oh, that's true. It did start as the Baddestinian spending practices. Right, because we were on hair ties. And speaking of hair ties as good hair ties as a good bodily investment. And then we jumped to bras. It's been a typical chat morning. I have not been surprised by anything that has been said this morning. It's been a perfectly logical sequence of conversational topics. Random question, have any of us ever LARPed before? I have not. We actually have a couple friends, like in real life friends that do. But I have not. Cosmic exploration is basically Ishgardian Resto in space. Decent for leveling crafters and gatherers. Interesting and cute rewards. Somewhat repetitive and grindy. But fine. I've been enjoying it. It's not something that I would want to sit and do for hours and hours. And I know that the more hardcore crafters and gatherers have their own sort of issues with it, just like they did with Ishgardian Resto. But in my opinion, from the small bit I've done of it, it's fine. It's pretty fun. The rewards are cute. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, one more. Aha, Kits has LARPed. LARP in the UK. Hobbit LARP. Interesting. Sounds like it would be a good time. Right, it's 11 a.m. I was going to potentially do an abbreviated, expanded recap to last week's session, wherein, rather than reading from Kitte's bullet point notes, as I did last week, I will read from Kitte's full notes. So let me finish up this hexagon, and then I'll pull that open. thank you, Kate. I thought that was the proper link, but thank you for confirming. Okay, so Kitte's full notes for last session. So we resume with Phalar responding to Benny's message of Cryovane's attack, instructing him to hide and wait until she's gone before trying to help people. Who knows what damage we will see upon our return, but we are a long way out of range to offer help. We step into the inn's courtyard, which is void of horses, but does contain some, like a large mechanical device, bearing 2 wheels and a lot of metal. Glint and Lashan do manage to reason out that it is likely some magical powered method of transportation, but little more. Lash suggests to Glint that if she wants to know more, she will have to speak with the owner, who might be inside. As she turns to head in, she spots Basil through the window, and her excitement only increases. Yeah, that sounds like Glint. On the inside, we see Bacchus, the barman, and a singer on the stand. Out of sight around the corner is a third person who might be staff or a customer. Lash doesn't know either way on account of not having been here before, but the party might recognize her. The owner, Martricia, is currently not around. The only customers we can see are Basil, a tiny fey dragon on his shoulder, who turns out to be Watkins, polymorphed, and the bugbear he is talking to. Glint rushes over to catch up with them and is introduced to Dom. Dom is a delivery driver and the owner of the motorcycle known as the Devil's Ride. Gosh darn it, Randus did it. Randus put a bugbear on a motorcycle. I guess I should keep half an eye on chat. Phalar approached the bar to sort out food and lodging. We booked the group 2 rooms for 4 gold pieces, notably overpriced, and the money goes into Bacchus's pocket rather than any kind of till, which might be normal. The kitchen is, however, already closed, information that causes Basil to perk up and start heading down to poke his head through the kitchen door. Phalar decides to ask Bacchus where Martricia currently is. Apparently the place was sold to Bacchus a number of 10 days back, notably before we were last here and talked to her. This is where the threads that something is wrong here are coming together, though Bacchus backtracks and claims it must have been last week that Martricia left to Neverwinter. The space feels weird. Basil takes the opportunity to go looking through the kitchen. Unbeknownst to us, they are looking for Tiga, the blacksmith we met last time we were here. We're not sure why Basil believes the kitchen is the place to look, but opening the door they see nothing, except maybe a pool of blood? But they do get a firm reprimand for Bacchus. Combat does not ensue, but we learn a couple more things. The entertainer was ready to join into any fight, and Bacchus is strong enough to not even notice Phalar trying to slow him down when reaching for his spear. Ooh, concern. Tensions drop slightly as Basil returns to their seat. Arendelle joins them to introduce herself, with Basil being the first drow she has met in many a year, even if it is a puny male. Basil is completely lost by every part of her introduction, except maybe the concept of Menzoberranzan, which is, if I'm remembering my lore correctly, the drow city. Why does it have to be so long and hard to pronounce? This allows us to learn that although Basil has been a surface walker for a lot of their life, they were born in the Underdark. Phalar continues questioning Bacchus until Lash interrupts him by acquiring a pint of mediocre mead, there being no best beer available. Around this time, Dom departs to complete his delivery before midnight. I wonder where he can get to in 3 to 4 hours with the bike. And Basil tries to explain to Glint and the other party members nearby that this is not a safe place to talk, because likely cultists. This explanation goes terribly the first few attempts. LaShawn, having not arrived with the party previously and feeling that something is wrong, sits nearby, but not at the same table, facing to be able to see all 3 non-party members with some difficulty and sipping his drink. Eventually, the party decides to retire to their rooms to discuss the matters of the day. Watkins goes invisible to stay behind and see what is discussed in our absence. As the party steps out the door, a tip demand from the entertainer leads to a tossed gold piece and her fumbling briefly a porcelain mask she is carrying. LaShawn remains at his table, pretending he is not attached to the party, and slowly going through his pint. After we're out the door, it turns out that Watkins' invisibility is not good enough, and he is trapped under a bucket on the counter by Bacchus. When he fails to slip back outside after a minute, the length of greater invisibility, Basil starts to get worried about what is going on inside. Glint uses telepathy to ask Lash if he can see Watkins, a question that ability does not allow him to answer. However, he was aware of some rattling in the bucket and is able to put 2 and 2 together. So these are this week's hexagons. And we'll continue. Now in a room with 3 potential hostiles and at most 1 potential ally, Lash is looking for a solution that where the failure mode is him being thrown out the door rather than dead. Draining the rest of his mead, he fakes a state of drunkenness and stumbles back to the bar, aiming to knock the bucket off the counter and give Watkins a chance to fly away. This leads to the rediscovery that Bacchus is unreasonably strong. To make things worse, Lash was not thrown out, but carefully taken to the private bedrooms upstairs, where he allows the lady, who might be staff, to remove his armor, which Lash is surprised she knows how to do, and then confiscate his weapons, which Lash was not intending to let happen. In this, he gets a very limited idea of who this woman is, except that the figure he sees is an illusion. In the most Kite way possible, the chest visual does not match what is pushed against him. Not knowing how strong this opponent is, and denied even a dagger, he lets himself be settled towards sleep. Just going back to check chat again. Oh, Basil is male. Okay, thank you. I was going with they because for some reason I was also under the impression that Basil was non-binary. Okay, cool. So Basil is he, him. Perfect. And that was the last we saw of him? No. Okay. Outside, the party is milling around, not really aware what is going on. After Lash fails to return with Watkins after a few minutes, Basil steps back in with various people in support and asks Bacchus if he had seen Watkins, even trying to go for a little bribe. All knowledge of the situation is denied outright, along with any information about Tiga. Deciding to fall back and regroup and see if they can work out where LaShawn ended up, something the party notably didn't ask about. As they proceeded to the group rooms, concerning noises are heard coming from the inner stable areas. On closer investigation, we find 2 ponies eating the corpse of a third, using actions that do not match their physiology, as if they had mouths in their chests. Basil, on seeing this, attempts to back out and avoid more chaos by closing the barn doors. He rushes to check a different door, finding a pig pen full only of blood. Seconds later, around the time that Lash had been disarmed, the ponies break through the doors to lash out at the party, finally bringing enough noise to stop the subpar entertainer's performance and the chaos of combat to fully begin. The first large revelation of this combat is that Bram stumbled upon the best sword for the job, having drawn the Dragon Slayer. As we all know, ponies are actually dragonkin. 100% well-known fact. Upon killing one, it starts looking like a tiny wingless blue dragon, likely some kind of drake. The staff, on the other hand, are much scarier. They have a ranged lightning multi-attack, which brings Arendelle down and bloodies Bram quickly. On being got back up by Leon Hoof, Arendelle casts darkness to slow the exit from the inn and give us more time to get things together. Bram gets hasted by Phalar, the party gets blessed by Glint, and the final Chaos Ball is resolved into a fireball for some amount of damage. The hostiles are slowed a lot by tripping over each other, and at least one case of friendly stab happens in the darkness. Yay! Upstairs, Lash hears what is going on and goes to grab his shield. There's no time for getting armor back on, and promptly finds himself locked in the room. It takes the second round to get out the door, and to the fourth to be able to see his weapons at the bottom of the stairs. He grabs the Storm Axe with the plan to engage more at range, but the first visible target turns out to be a prone cultist in the entry corridor. The session ends still in combat, with all three of the inn members up, but I believe both of the ponies downed. Watkins may have been able to break free in the meantime, and the party is currently all on their feet. So that's exciting, and that's where we'll be stepping back into next Saturday. I'm going to say that after this point, I see nothing on the map until the last 5 minutes of the session. But yeah. So that's fun times. Thank you for the more detailed notes, Kite. That does in fact clear up a lot of the ambiguity and questions I had after reading through the bullet points. So thank you. I really appreciate you doing that for us. That said, I will shout out that on that page, Kite does indeed have session notes for all of our sessions so far, more or less. So if I'm ever missing a recap or you can't find it, there should in fact be session notes. Yeah, everything is fine. Maybe at some point I should do like an audiobook version of Kite's notes. Just reading through the entire thing at length in various chapters. Hey Kuma. Gods, the mobile app is awful. No opportunity to skip pre-roll ads. Boo! But thank you. And they've resubscribed for the 20th month. Thank you so much. Some of them are very vague notes. You can kind of keep track of my mental health through that page. Oh, Kite. Be warned that there are Kite PC secrets in there. Oh, that's true. There are light secrets. Where is... There it is. I'm like, where's the other... Where's the quilt I need? Yes, that is true. There are light secrets in there, so perhaps I will hold off on my audiobook read until after we find out what is up with light. Maybe that could be like a special edition post-campaign celebration where I just read all the notes. I am curious, Randus. How did you make the determination which sword Bram drew? Because, granted, since we're walking into Blue Dragon territory, it is fully conceivable that he would have grabbed for the Dragon Slayer. But he is in the habit of grabbing Talon first. Oh, okay, evens odds. You flipped a coin. Perfect. That makes sense. I was just wondering if there was like a logic behind it, or if you just flipped a coin. Well, that's lucky then. In character, having seen some sort of polymorph / illusioned pony eating other pony, he may have grabbed for the Dragon Slayer. In the thought of, well, we're in Blue Dragon territory, or we're headed into Blue Dragon territory. And I currently don't see any orcs. Therefore, because they do the same amount of base damage. They are essentially exactly the same sword, just with different added effects on top. Yeah, because you knew that they were dragonkin, so you had to go random. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be a different matter if I, if I was in control of Bram, I would draw the sword based on character logic and what I and what Bram knows. But since you had extra information as the DM, that makes sense. goes the homework, Kara. Basil is like, what the fuck is happening? This place is fucked up. Welcome to the party, Basil. You should have been with us for some of our other adventures. Although you were with us for the giant lightning boar, which is probably the other really fucked up thing that we've had to deal with. At least recently. Although the giant heart at the top of the lighthouse was also kind of fucked up. Meds and coffee are finally kicking in. Huzzah! We did sleep a bit late this morning. Funny, all of those things are tied to a single lightning-loving god of destruction. Yeah. We're gonna have to fight a god, aren't we? It is D&D. Fair. You know what? Fair point. We covered this last week. No, fighting gods is a Wednesday problem. For now. I'm just saying, we keep poking at the Talos cultists, and sooner or later, he's gonna notice that his cultists keep getting poked. Presuming that he's one of the gods that actually cares about his followers at all, I actually don't know. He's a god of destruction. He might like that we're repeatedly killing his cultists. But who knows? I'm sure we'll find out. Does not care about his followers at all. Interesting. Well, that's probably good news for us then. typically only good aligned gods care about more than one or two of their chosen envoys. That makes sense. Where, like, they want to be worshipped, but they don't particularly care about exactly what happens to individual followers. That makes sense. Yeah, something something. All who seek to hurt others and cause destruction worship me even if they don't know it. Yeah, I kind of thought that might be his attitude. Blah blah, cycle of bloodshed, blah blah. A divine warmonger leaving the keys to nukes just lying around for any 12-year-old to play with. Yeah, that sounds about right. That was kind of the impression I had gotten. creepy things you all encountered tied to Talos. You forgot about the tree that came alive? Oh yeah, the one that Light is currently off dealing with, hopefully? Yeah. Vampire tree. The tree that eats orcs. And potentially anything else it can get its roots on? Yeah. I had forgotten that was tied to Talos. You're right. Oh, right. The other creepy tree. The one that had beating hearts wrapped in straw hung from it as ornaments. Right, that other terrible tree. Both of them. Yes, both of them. Both of them are terrible. Have zero memory of this. Yeah, it was when we first got into the Neverwinter Woods. We found a tree that had beating hearts wrapped. You might not have been there for that session because we could have fought it, but we didn't fight it. We ran away from it instead. Because Kara yoinked one of the hearts because Val wanted it as a snack. Or I guess I should say Glint yoinked one of the hearts. And the tree came alive and tried to grab us. But we managed to all escape. And collectively decided, nope, we're not fighting that, and just walked away from it instead. So it's still there, still being creepy. We just kind of decided nope and walked away from it. Because it was trying to grab us but several of us had stayed back too far to be grabbed, and the couple people that were in range to be grabbed managed to succeed in their roles to not be grabbed. So we all backed off and looked at this tree flailing its roots around and just kind of went, nope, and walked away. Can't fight it? I thought it was trying to bait us into a fight. Unless I'm thinking of yet another angry tree. Yeah, this is while we were on our way to Falcon's Hunting Lodge. It was trying to kill us all, yes, but it's an object? Oh, interesting. And Glint did manage to grab one of the hearts, and then Val ate it. Which I'm sure is fine. Tomb is not desecrated. Now that I don't quite remember what it's in reference to. Oh, you think that's the Dragon Mound? Right, because we decided to do it later. We decided to pass it up for now. With each heart removed or destroyed, it gets more violent. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. So I'm gonna pause there and take a brief break. It's slightly early, but that's alright. Everybody else should also get up, move around, grab refills on your drinks. If you need to be getting food, please get food, or at least prepare to get food. Yep, stretch and hydrate. We'll be back in a little bit. she is grumpy. Do not think she'll say. Grumpy. Like it? No, stay. Yeah, see, she's never happy when I bring her. It has to be on her own terms. But she is here. Alright, goodbye. Oh yes, all of the joints. All of the joints. None of the joints like me. Yep, send. So yes, that was briefly a Sasha. She may decide to make a return. Yeah, exactly. Like all divas, she must be ready for her close-up first, and it must be on her time. You know, it's absolutely true. She is a tiny diva. She really is. My guess is that she has immediately gone back downstairs to the couch, which is where I scooped her from. Indeed, to the couch she has returned. Yep, thought so. She's like, no, I was napping. I was comfy. Which, you know what, Sasha, fair. Whenever someone scoops me out of bed before I'm ready, I return to it as soon as I possibly can. first real coffee since Thursday. Oh, Lord. Are you okay, Kuma? You are now. Yeah, fair. Very fair. Look, sometimes fast food coffee can be decent. I actually quite like Canadian McDonald's coffee. And back when I lived in the States, Speedway, the gas station, actually made quite good coffee. I would get their coffee whenever I was leaving to go to or from school. Or university, which was like a 2-hour drive. Sometimes you are at a location where you can't get or can't make your own coffee. That is true and unfortunate. And I am glad that you are now in a location where you can. Yes, exactly. Moogle chugging emoji. Perfect. Examples of such locations. Your apartment. Fair. Kuma, next time you need coffee, just go to Randus's. Oh, I see. Because Randus doesn't drink coffee. That makes sense. I mean, you could technically make your own coffee if you really wanted to. You would just need the supplies. That one took me a second. I'm not awake yet. Clearly. Locations where coffee isn't available. Yes, exactly. So a note to everyone, when we go to visit Randus, we have to bring our own coffee with us because he lives in a coffee desert. So sad. So sad that places like that exist. apparently the temperature is not too bad here. But it is heckin' windy. To announce that all of the unrelated TikTok marble runs are rigged against orange. Always choose the orange marble and you have 0 victories. Ooh, yeah, that does sound very rigged. I'm curious to know which fish you're talking about, though. I have ducks, which I suppose can be confused for fish at a distance. But not fish. Definitely not fish. Nouns are hard. That's fair. Nouns are hard. You are correct. TikTok marble runs? I know about the YouTube marble runs. Is this a separate league? Or like the same league that's branched out? I don't know, marble runs look neat, but it seems weirdly intimidating to get into. here's finished hexagons that we're in the midst of quilting. We're getting there. We're almost to the edge. Let's see, I was somewhere along here. Put this bow down to remind us. Aha, yep, there we are. There's the edge of the seam. So I need a white thread. Chair, please. Do I need to oil you? It's possible. Alright. So we were here. Close enough to the edge now. It's getting trickier to maneuver the bulk of fabric, which is every quilter's woe. Kara's doing homework. Is anyone else working on anything interesting? Anyone else doing anything interesting on their first monitor while I am chilling on the second monitor? page out of Sasha's book, Napping. Napping is great. Please enjoy napping. So my sister so my niece is almost 1 year old. My niece will be 1 in June. So my sister and I have gotten into the habit of doing a video call every Sunday afternoon. Just to chat and catch up, and we have no excuse when Discord exists. And so I can see Indy and Indy can see me, because it's probably going to be a while before we have a chance to visit. Or before they can come visit us, either one. And it feels like every week my sister and I are both like, yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap after this. Sunday is for naps. Because, when my niece goes down for her nap, then it's time for my sister to take a nap too. And I have no excuse besides just that it's Sunday and I want a nap. I quite like this one. As you can probably tell, it was using up a lot of scraps from a lot of different projects. And now I'm just doing the quilting on it. To the edge now, but it's a bit annoying trying to maneuver it around, but that's how quilting is, especially hand quilting. Someday I would love to get a quilting frame, but sometimes those, depending on what pattern you're trying to quilt, those can also be annoying, and I feel like I would have to redo my camera rig. So for now, this will do. So some quilters will use what's essentially like a giant embroidery hoop, or sometimes like a standing frame to help hold the fabric, hold it taut and also help control like all of this bulk of fabric while they're quilting. But I feel like that would be a quilting hoop might be beneficial for this particular quilting pattern. I feel like a frame would be more trouble than it's worth because I'm rotating the quilt so often. The answer to that would be for me to just learn to quilt in multiple directions instead of just up. But I'm not quite to that level of skill yet. There is, of course, also the option to machine quilt things, but my little home machine would not be able to handle even a small quilt of this size. And I find the hand quilting quite relaxing, so that's why I've made the decision to hand quilt it. Also, it's not as easy to, it's harder to stream machine quilting, so. So it all works out. holding the quilt, it almost looked like a lady's silhouette on a black backdrop. Oh, interesting. Some fun optical illusions going on. Just trying to make sure that the area I'm actually stitching is more or less centered in the camera. At the very least in frame. Seems like the least I can do. Must have a delivery nearby. introduced her to the concept. I'm just imagining Glint making it her life's mission to get one of those Devil's Rides things. And I feel like the world should fear that. We just aren't going to tell you what it runs on. Ooh. I mean, I'm guessing it's not called the Devil's Ride for the fun of it. And here I was just thinking, oh, it's nice to have a bugbear as a friendly NPC for once. Bram would not be happy. Uh-oh. Yeah. Guessing it's not just called the Devil's Ride for the fun of it. Which makes me wonder why he's using it for a courier service. I'm sure there's no, like, nefarious undertones whatsoever. He's very friendly. Yeah. For the moment. No, like, I was honestly just thinking, like, we've fought so many bugbears, and, like, bugbears are traditionally seen as, like, an antagonistic race in D&D, so it's really nice to see one as a friendly NPC. I hope that doesn't change. Randus, anything's possible. Aha. Yeah, that makes sense. I was kind of figuring it was something along those lines. Why quilter symbols are a thing. I just punched a little bit of a hole in my thumb, no big deal. be clear, all infernal machines have the same power source. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why they're called infernal. Still need to play BG3 now that I have a computer that can run it. I just haven't had either the spare cash to pick it up or the spare time to actually play it. I'll get around to it at some point. That's true. I do also now have one of those. Time and funding still applies, though. Endorsed by A Daddy, Dom's delivery service, apparently. Wait, oh god, sorry. Didn't mean to hit that. I don't know that that's a question we want answered, Merlin. Less the individual bugbear and more the company. Okay, that makes sense. Still concerned about why they would have a delivery service, but alright. I guess they would have all kinds of things that would need to be delivered. Contracts, warnings, punishments. Devil's Tongue weapons. Yeah, sure, there's plenty of things that they would need delivered. Makes perfect sense. Probably need to give my thumb a bit of a rest. So, what do I want to do for the last 45 minutes or so of stream? Probably crochet, but which crochet? I can work on my Minecraft scarf, but that would require me to go downstairs and get it. First, let's put this here, so that I know roughly where the end of my seam is. My current seam in progress. Or I suppose I could just continue on with hexagons, but with the other set of hexagons, because that's not as intensive on my thumb pad as quilting is. So it's just, the problem with the quilting is because you're pushing the needle through so many layers of fabric all at once, the pad of my thumb here starts to get really sore, and I am currently working on a callus, but it's not quite there yet. Aha! Kite has redeemed Board Game Arena. That does help. I have enough boards. It may in fact be 45 minutes. Pet the Sasha, who is going to hijack stream any minute now. I mean, I totally could if she would come on command to sit in my lap, but I believe she's still downstairs asleep. But yes, Board Game Arena does help. So let me take a brief pause again as I shuffle some things around, and then I'll be back with board games. So don't go too far. All right, there we go. I want that. Oh, it helps if I open Board Game Arena. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's see what we've got. Also helps if I pull up chat. There we go. All right. Yes, if you should be eating, it is after the top of the hour, in fact. Get food, by all means, please. I know Kara is downstairs making our lunch currently, which I am excited about because I am hungry. All right, so we've got Bandito, and I think it's getting away from us. So Bandito has this little guy in jail, and he's working on digging tunnels out. And so it's a cooperative game where all of the players, their job is to try to get all of the tunnel ends blocked off so that he has no way out. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get there. There's only 9 cards left in the deck. So this one we need like a T-junction, I guess. This one we need either a straight or like a curve, which they do exist. Ooh, this one actually. That works because I can take those 1, 2, 3 ends and turn it just into 1, so that's helpful. Alright, it's probably about the best I can do. Alright, Koi Koi. Let's take a ribbon. Yes. This is fine. Lol. Annoying. No, this feels like hubris. Let's add that. But I want to keep all of those. Dang it. Let's do that. Okay. Next. Okay. So here we are again. We knew. Yeah, I'll succeed. We knew. Yes. Hooray. Oh, that was lovely. Let's discard that. All right, that'll do. Carcassonne, I'm down in this quadrant. Yeah, sure. We'll do that. Wingspan. I may lay an egg on a bird. I will do so. Next. Okay. 3 heat in my engine, so let's do that. Alright. Azul. Okay, good. So this is the new game. Empty slate. Yes. Let's take those. Azul duel. There he go. Alright, so I need to reread again what the bonus tiles do and how you get special tiles, because I don't... Oh good, they've actually filled this in now. Okay. Single pattern line, yep, yep. Yeah. You can use bonus chips to help fill your pattern lines. Select chips matching your missing tile color or any 3 chips and then move the chip to a dome tile. Okay. If you have a special dome tile and have filled it in, you fill the tile with a special tile. Okay. Select chips. Okay, I see. So I think I can... No? Or do I need to? Okay, so then I can use that there, I think. Let me take a look at the actual rules again. That's fine. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we fill the special spaces in by filling the other 3 spaces on that tile. Okay, that's fine. Bonus chips. You can use your bonus chips to help complete pattern lines. Okay, each pair of 2 bonus chips in the color matching the tiles, or any 3 bonus chips. Okay, that makes more sense. So, essentially, I can use these 2 together, I think, to fill in this red one next turn, is my understanding. And then for this blank space will get filled in as soon as I do the other 3 of that tile. So that should work. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you, Kite. Yeah, I'll take that. Sure. Damn it. I had the entire lower half free. Buttons. Oh boy, do I have 3 heat? I do have 3 heat. Great. No discard. New round order is me. Sure. Hooray. Alright, next. Back to Square Azul. So I own Hexagon Azul. Square Azul is whatever. It's the original. I quite like it. I don't necessarily feel the urge to own it myself. However, Diamond Azul and Azul Dual, I think I'm going to need to acquire both of those for myself. Let's do that. Because both of those are incredibly fun. Okay, I have very little left. Okay. So I basically only need a large straight if possible, and then, okay. 1, 2, 3, 5. Hey, dang. That doesn't happen too often. Alright, I'll take it. Next. Now I basically just need all 5 dice, and then a regal, which is 4 of the same, and then the one different die is the opposite die face. So it's annoying, is what it is. And this is immediately another large straight that I don't need. Let's roll for 5s. Sure, why not? Alright. Nope. Let's fill in that. Yeah, this one. Diamond Azul. I need blue, I need purple, I need red. So let's just take that for now. Okay, villagers. I kind of understand what's going on here. So, let's do this. Draw you and trade for... trade for that for now. Select a face down stack to discard 2. I'm not sure it matters. Let's do there. Okay, and then I think I can put that on top. I can. Okay. And then unlocked by carpenter. Does somebody else? Oh, somebody else already does have a carpenter. So I do have enough funds. I can do that. Yeah, so it places 2 coins on the other card that I need to use to unlock, and then it plays it. But that gets me 4 coins. So it's well worth the investment of 2. And I may still play cards that don't count against my build limit, which I think is this one? No. Oh, I can grab. Oh, I see. Okay. No, I think I'm good. Alright, next. There is lunch. I do want lunch. Alright, everybody hold still while I run downstairs and grab lunch, and then I can nom while I play board games. Yeah, that'll work. BRB. acquired. Pasta. Okay. I guess blue. This is fine. Let's go with, sure. Okay, my crib, huh? Let's do that. I probably should. Nope. You know what? YOLO. Yes, Kitty, do the pasta. Do the pasta. This is very tasty, Kara. Was this a meal box kit, or did you just decide to be fancy with grocery store tortellini? So I need a mountain or a violin. A 6. Also need RS. That's the only one still available. But I have neither of those here. So yeah, let's go with that one. Oh, take that. Mailbox kit. Well, it is very tasty. Okay. I had a plan here. I made no notes. Let's see if I remember what it was. normal meal plus 3 entire carrots. I mean, if that's what sounds good. I think I was intending to build both of those. Recycle that one. Recycle that. And then recycle that. Yes, I believe that was my plan. We'll see how well that goes. Oh boy, alright. Ooh, I get to pick shape. I love when I get to pick shape. Ugh. Somebody. Well, I guess it's a combination of everybody. I was gonna say somebody has been kicking my butt this game with X's. Yeah, I guess there. Yes. Take that. Okay, take out the 3, 4, and 6, and Kuma got the 5. Yeah. And all of them were landing on my head. Oh, pardon me. Goodness. I don't have a space to place these 3, so save them for... and it's the last round, because of course. But that is what it is. Alright. Ooh. Uh-huh. Nice move. Let's grab that. All right, one bright. Ooh, yes. Brand new. Alright, so we'll put those two there. It would be rude not to. Right, yeah, these are very interesting scoring tiles. So the entire perimeter, the top or the bottom, corners specifically, and then for each horizontal line consisting of at least 5 different colored tiles in any order, and then negative points for each unfilled special space, like that one there. So that's fun. So I should probably be placing something in the corner. Yeah, let's do that. All right. Ooh, excellent. I'll take that. All right, Wizard. Let's play that. Ooh, yep, 2 brights. Ooh. I don't have a pine card to be able to grab that crane, but YOLO. Ooh, yes. Caledonia. So I need to place... Where do I want to? I think I want to there. And then I want to... probably there. Possibly there, actually. Or there. Let's actually do there. Okay. Oh, Kit's had the full moon. But if if I get lucky enough to be able to draw a pine card. Nope. Mountain goats. Oh, and there's so many people. I think I remember how to play this. I am... What color is that? Black. I am the black goats. So what if we did... So we could do 10 and 5. So basically the way this works is you combine dice to be able to hit any of these numbers and move your goats. So like I can't play the 2 by itself because there's no 2 column. I can play the 2 and 3 together to be 5 and move this goat up 1. And once you hit the top, it knocks any other goats that are in that column down a space, and you get points. And you can only score them as many times as you see here at the top. So like for the 10, somebody can only hit the top and score it 7 times. So you want to get a combination of, obviously you want the higher scoring ones, but then the lower scoring ones can be scored more times. So let's see, I could do 10 and 5. I could do 7 and 8. I could do 6 and 9. Maybe 7 and 8 actually. But again, like the middle ones are easier to hit as well because of the way that dice work. So maybe just 10 and 5 then. There we go. Alright, on to the next. Right, fire. I choose violence. I'll take that. Red is good. Like red, like orange. Let's take that red. Buttons. Yeah, take that. That. Okay, we're back around to this one. Still no pine. One more chance. Dang it. Ah, well, I tried. We are halfway through the game and evenly tied. Such is Koi Koi. Okay, right. Brand new ticket to ride. So I have this route here. I have El Paso to, oh, up here as well. So I have a tiny one here. I have a slightly longer one here. So let's grab a blue. Let's grab probably pink and call that turn. You can click on the route cards to highlight them. Oh yes, that's true. Okay.
New hand. Let's go ahead and grab that. Well, here's a pine card. This is my, yep, I left notes for myself. Look, buildings and Jovians. Which I believe is this one. Is this still useful? Yeah, sure. We've still got ocean tiles. I'll draft that one. And a building tile. Decrease money and increase energy. I don't know that I'll actually end up buying it, but I'll draft it. Okay. Fish. Play fish. Sure. I'm going into the inn. Ooh, I think I want ocean. I think I want ocean. And noms. Let's take some tofu. Today's fish is trout a la creme. Enjoy your meal. Ooh, that is yummy. That sounds quite tasty. I love trout. In fact, trout is actually probably one of my favorite fish. Alright, so this is a brand new round. Wild color is purple. Let's take eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Honestly, let's take orange. Right. Yeah, so Kuma's slightly pinned into a corner, so maybe I'll have a chance to catch up. Remove a dice. Take that one out. The 15 at least he'll be able to play. I may or may not get a chance to catch up. We'll see. Okay, I will take that singular gold tile. Right. Actually, let's just go ahead and yoink those and put them there. Easy peasy. Am I analyzing the board state? Pretty sure that is forbidden for being too cerebral. Yeah, especially when this is the totally awake club. And I'm totally not awake. Okay, so this is the one with the easy scoring. So it's horizontal, vertical, and then jokers score extra points. But then if they're not filled, they don't score anything. But what if I don't want to draw a face down? Shouldn't there be... Oh, I guess I have to? I don't know why that's the only option it's giving me. Shouldn't there be like an end round button if I don't want to take one? Oh, you have to add 2 domes per round, and there are only 3 face-up ones. Oh, right. Okay, so I have to draw a face-down one because I didn't take 2 of the face-up ones. Okay. I had missed that bit. Oh, and I can choose if I want to spend points, because it is a negative point to be able to draw them. I could draw 5 of them and then flip them and take my pick. Or I can just flip it now and take whatever that is, which I think is what I will do. That's fine. Let's put you here. And sure, we'll leave it like that. Because again, this one's not super strenuous in the scoring. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Ooh, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Hooray! That was a good score. Because that was 5 ribbons, the 3 brights, and then I think also fields. Oh yeah, 2 Yaku, so the ribbons and the brights. Multiplier of 8 is what did it there. Excellent. Oh, the sun moon icons in the player panel for Azul Duel track that. The game's idea of you can do things in any order but you have to get to it is real interesting. You can put tiles in a row before adding any dome tiles to it and hope you have a valid spot. Yep, that's true. That is... yeah, I really like Azul Duel. I'm gonna have to pick up a copy for us, I think. Okay. I think this goes here. Yes. No, I don't need that. Okay, so 7 points for my hand, 4 points for Kite, and a 0 point crib. So we are tied. Womp womp. Okay, 2 cards to discard to my crib. Let's do those 2. Server syntax error. Excuse you. It's fine. Okay. So that's gonna be that. So I guess let's do... Nope. Yes, let's do that. Alright, I have 2 heat. I have 2 heat. No. Right, okay. Now we're on to tile picking, which I find super fascinating. So here's our pools, and I can pick any of the ones. So like here I would be picking both reds, picked all 3 golds. And then once you've picked, the rest of the tiles in that pool get like stacked up, like here. And the person that does the stacking can choose which order they go in. But then here, like I could pick this top dark blue one, but I could only pick the one single dark blue. Unless there happens to be another dark blue right below it. Heck. I think I do actually want that dark blue. No, maybe I just take one of the single blacks. Yeah, I think I just take one of the single blacks. Yeah, so here I can choose which order to layer them in. Let's do that. And that goes there. Okay, let's grab Birdie. Chance card says, syntax error in your favor. Collect 2 indulgences. Sure. And yes, it is 2 p.m., but I will continue on here for a few minutes. Yes. Ooh, yes, please. That was probably silly and I should have taken the money, but oh well. Let's go ahead and take these 2. Start filling that row in. Ooh, 2-point hand for Kate. 7-point hand for me. Not terrible. And a 2-point crib. That's fine. I had a 24-point crib the other day. It was ridiculous. Okay, 2 cards to Kitty's crib. I think it's gonna be those, unfortunately. We're close enough to the cap, it shouldn't matter. Okay. So. Alright, next round. Well, now that I know I have to take 2 dome plates per round, or tiles, depending on what your priorities are. Actually, yes, let's take 2. Because I need those there. Perfect. Next. Well then. It's an interesting deal. Let's start with that. Alright, so this goes like that. And then that goes like that. Yes, like that. I will make this square. The one thing I still haven't looked up or learned about Azul Duel is how the split tiles are made. Like, does the stacking order affect them? Are they drawn from a different bag? Or are they merely a figment of our imagination? I presume they're drawn from a separate bag. But yeah, I don't know if they're randomized or if they're deliberately made up of tiles that would have been in that stack. I don't know. Alright, that goes there. And then okay. Oh, yeah. So that flipped over a black and a nothing. So I'm gonna guess like in the physical board game, there's a slot here and you just plunk the face down, you plunk them in face down, and then when needed you flip them and reveal what they are. So my guess would be they're randomized. I looked it up. Separate stack. Form a face down supply with the 20 bonus chips. Yep. There we go. Let's do that. Okay. How many heat? 6 heat. Okay. So I can do that easy. Oh, wait, nope. Actually, I could. I think. Yep, we're good. Cool. Love that. Okay. Start of a new round. Got my 4 pale blue there. I will need 3 black. So let's grab those. Alright, there we go. We are caught up. And that will be it for stream. We've already gone a little bit over time, but that's alright. I do appreciate the board games. So yeah, thank you guys very much for coming and hanging out, board gaming with me, vibing, all the usual good stuff. I'll be back next Sunday morning with more crafting, more hexagons, more sewing, probably more board games, and there should be a D&D recap as well. Between now and then, in the evenings, I'm hoping to be able to hop on to do more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, because I'm very much enjoying that. And if you can join me for that, I would love to have you along for the ride. But if not, I will hopefully see you next week. Everybody take care of yourselves, take care of each other, get lots of rest, drink lots of fluids, and I'll see all y'all next week. In May. Believe it or not, next week will be May. So yeah, everybody have a great day, and I will talk to you later.